Okay, so what I'm gonna do is the second project, which is the e-commerce project. And so if I check the mail once more, it says here, so we are going to create an e-commerce component. You can use, of course, as many tools or libraries that you want. So the user should basically be able to view the plate or menu options on the left side of the screen and then add them to the cart on the right side. So the menu and then add them to the cart. Okay. And then when there are no plates within the cart, there should be a message that says your cart is empty. And when the plate is added to your cart, the subtotal and total should be automatically updated. And when products are in your cart, you should be able to increase or decrease the quantity. So should not, of course, there should be no negative quantity. The quantity goes down to 0. The user will have the option to delete. Yeah. And then tax is based on uh, state of tennis sales task. Okay, tax. Okay. Of course, I think that is it. So I've downloaded the project. Then, of course, there's the Figma file that has the project, right? There's a Figma file that has the project. Okay. So, but I'm not sure. Okay. So let me see design. Okay. Yeah. So you now have it here. So yeah. Um. So this is how. Okay. So of course the cart is empty initially, and then when you look at this particular part, this is when there is stuff added to the cart. The tax is also calculated. I haven't really done tax calculation before, so I'm not really sure about that, but I guess we'll see. And then let's see. Okay, so we also have the food items here. Okay, so let's first dive into the project and then see what they have given us first. So I am using Vite with React to actually work on this project, and I'm also using React Router to create kind of different routes. So let's first go yarn dev. So 5173. 5173. Let me just move this stream a bit more here because it's not important now. Yeah. So I can just have these in context, right? And so what I'm going to do now is, since I'm going to work on day 2, I'm going to first update my nav here to kind of have day 2, right? But I don't want to be repeating this, right? So let me just make a list. Let me just make a nav list. Nav list. Yeah. And then let me say let's say href. Oh, I thought I was writing TypeScript. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, href, and then title is to, so we have no, not exactly this. I want the projects. So the first one is the Pomodoro, which has been completed. So title is Pomodoro. Oh no, day 1. Yeah, day 1, right? I just named the path by the project name and not exactly by the day. Okay. And then the second one is going to be slash this e-commerce component, right? And that's day 2, right? So I can now just loop and then have this duplicated. So I can now just say navlist.map to package item return this for us, return nav item, and then of course you need to now provide the key to be item dot. You see, I think the href is also unique. The title is also going to be unique, so you might as well use the title 2 equal to item dot href. And here, of course, is item.title, right? And so we should now have day 2, right? And I need to create the day 2 routes, right? Okay. So if I come into my routes, I come into projects, I have to create a folder, day-2, day 2. So this is day 1, so this is day 2. And then I have to kind of create the component. So this is going to be e-commerce, e-commerce.csx, right? Okay. And then of course I'm going to export default function e-commerce, right? I'm going to return the div. Yeah, I'm going to have nothing in it for now, so let's just say e-commerce, right? And then I need to update my routes, yeah, from React Router to kind of include that. So this is kind of a nested route, so the routes with the path being slash and then the others are kind of nested, right? So I have the new path now, so slash, or do I even call it e-commerce component, right? That's I think what I did. So you can now come here and say give me e-commerce, yeah, okay. And so let me go to day 2 now, and I should see e-commerce page, right? Okay. So that is done. Now I want to see the project files and kind of now copy what is available. I always like to delete this for let me see. They have some sort of style guide, but there is a markdown file. So what's the problem? Markdown preview. Okay, sure. Let me just delete anyway. What is the problem? Delete. Okay, so the starter files is what I'm kind of looking at. So we have these styles. Let me just get them. Wow, that's quite a lot. We're of course going to create components so that we can divide it up. So it might not be much of an issue. Let me see. I think the top div. Okay, to the all the way to the bottom div. Copy everything. Of course, let's close this so we don't, and then let's come here. Let's remove that. Let's have this go, and then let's have it in here. Of course, we need to change the class to class name, right? Why weren't these last 3 selected? Oh, there are even much more. Wow. Oh, I've also selected those up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. And then I think the rest are like comments. Yeah. Your cart is empty. Okay, so we of course put that there when necessary. Okay. Let me bring this up. Yeah. Let's also remove this. Let's now save. So we should be able to see, okay, of course the styles have not been applied. Yeah. What is happening here? I see. I think that the styles from a different page is being applied here. The styles from, I think, the wrapper. Yeah. Not sure why though, because I thought that is supposed to only affect that page. I might have to change it, but anyways, let me just first and foremost let me see, do they have anything here in particular? Okay, the menu items. Okay, the menu items. Let's just copy. So let's have a new folder called e-commerce and then let's say menu.js or menu.cs. Yeah, and then export const menu items. Fine. Yeah, sure. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, I think I'm gonna do it that way. Yeah, but let me just get this. Let me just copy the images, and I'll put that directly in day two. Yeah, because there are images for day two that I want to be made available. So I'm not gonna put it somewhere else, right? Let me just put it in directly in day two. I don't want to also put it in the public, because I'd have to, because I'm sure there will be other images in other projects, right? So I don't really want to put everything in the public. There will be too many files in the public. But okay, let's just go on. As we go on, then I'll see. Okay, then let me now grab the styles. Of course, I normally don't get the body. I'm okay with the body. It's just because of how I have outlined my page. So having the body doesn't really. So let's just copy that. And I think it's perhaps because of how I have the styles. Let's just say day2.css, right? Global dash day2.css. Let's paste that, and then let's import that here. I'm not sure. I thought that by importing styles directly in a React app, global dash day dash 2.css. Yeah, yeah. It looks not. Let me see. Okay, let's see. This particular background, I'm sure it is coming from the Pomodoro projects. Right. So I think what I thought about the projects, the styles was probably wrong. I might have to use modules. Right. I might have to use modules. This one, of course, no. With let me see how what I in the end change with this wrapper. No, I have to, so let me make that with 100% and then height 100%, of course. Let me see. Yeah, that's good. But I think that the is what is now causing the problem, because there is a background style applied to the body here. Yeah, there's a background style applied to the body here, and it's not now available here. So I think that is why this particular background right here, right? Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. So what I will do is, let me just wrap this in a div, right? Class name equal to e-commerce. No, let's go e-commerce. Yeah. And let me see. Dot e-commerce. Yeah. Okay. And then let's just grab this and put that there, right? But then the background image, we now need to send the background. So I think some of the images are here. So we are looking for, there are about 3 images. I think these 3 SVG, BG this, BG that, BG that. Yeah. So we can just cut those and then put it in our public, because I think those, they are okay to be in the public, right? New folder, images, and then put them here. Yeah. So the background should probably work. Excuse me. Okay. Um, hmm. So what is in that background that is now not showing? Yeah. I wanted to put these images here and then import them, but now I'm beginning to rethink. Okay, images slash e dash comma, because I don't want to do too much work around that. But images slash e dash commerce, and then I'll put all of the images here. I wanted to just have it here, or perhaps in my assets. Yeah, you see, perhaps in my assets, you see, because let me have e dash commerce. Yeah, and then let me put them here. Now I want to see the background. Is the background working? Yeah, okay. So that should be working, but I think that circle is coming from the other page. Yeah. I'm just not sure why. Um, huh. I'm beginning to think as if I'm writing Tailwind CSS. So, but unfortunately, I'm not using Tailwind. Hashtag outlets. Margin top 20 pixel. Margin bottom. Margin top for the outlet. Yeah, that's good. There, yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted. Yeah, so that there's a bit of a margin between these and yeah. You see, this is what I'm talking about, right? It looks like that. It looks like that. So I guess I might have to just use. Let me close this and let me first fix the Pomodoro project. I might have to use CSS module instead of this. Yeah. So import styles from, right, and then we'd go that so this is styles dot pomodoro. But I'm not sure. I don't know. TypeScript kind of complains about CSS. Okay, let me make it. Let me rename that to module.css dot module.css, right? And so we can have it here dot module. Yeah, okay, I think so. That is why I was complaining. Okay, so we now have styles dot wrapper. Yeah, so I need to just change all of the styles here. Wow, styles dot ring. Um, yeah, And then I need to go into my components. It's a bit of work, and then do the same thing. So now it's not going to be dot slash. It's going to have to be, let me use my TypeScript. Let me just copy this. Let me just get this. Right. It's going to have to be app slash route slash project slash day one slash and then the name. Right. So we have the styles from that module. So we can now replace, let me kind of, fold some of these so that I have some ample space here. Yeah. Okay. Kind of fold some of them and fold some of them and fold so I can see the other stuff much more clearly. Much more clearly. Okay. So let's see. So now we can go styles dot styles dot and then here to styles dot time. Let me see, are there any styles? Okay, styles dot colon let's see, styles dot start. Okay, so let's go in the smaller kind of chart components like this one. Then let's change things up over there too. Oh, import styles from app slash route slash project slash day one slash, yeah. Okay, let me just copy this instead. Yeah, so that's, yeah, I can just use that. Styles dot minutes, right? Is there anything else? I think so for these, the minutes, seconds, and it's just styles dot minutes, styles dot seconds. Let me see if it is shaping up. Okay, yeah, it's shaping up. Yeah, and then styles dot seconds, yeah, styles dot settings, styles dot settings. Because you can see here that the settings is still not there. Yeah, styles dot settings, save, and now, yeah, so it looks like, yeah, it's okay now. So if I were to kind of start it, should now work. Can pause, can reset. Yeah. I think perhaps there's another one I'm missing. The start and pause button. Where is it? Where is the start and pause button? It's just looking a bit different. That's what I'm thinking, like that, but probably it's the same. I have forgotten. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It looks the same. It's cool. Okay. So we have dealt with that. So now you see those styles don't appear here. But then I also need to make this place the same. I also need to use modules so that they don't kind of have adverse effect anymore. Right. Okay. So let me now close this day one stuff. Okay. Let me close this day one stuff. Okay, so let's come back to the day two. Let's get this CSS and then let's now do the same thing. So import styles from, right, and then let's rename it to module dot module, and so here it becomes dot module. Yeah. Okay. Wow, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Huh. When they are multiple like this, what do you normally do? I guess what I can do is to use this styles dot menu, and then so here I think this should work. Styles dot right. Yeah, I think that should work. Styles dot menu, styles dot wrapper. Let me see. Styles dot panel. Styles dot panel. Styles dot menu. I think this I think this might fail. Yeah, it depends on how the style is ordered. If it is ordered like wrapper dot menu, then I'm not sure if that will work. Yeah, if it is ordered like the wrapper dot menu, I'm not sure if that will work. But let's continue. Anyways, let's see. Styles dot plate, right? Um, styles dot content. Huh? That isn't gonna work. Yeah. Styles dot. Oh, is there any problem? Let me see. So let me come here. Let me see. Menu dash item. Yeah, let's rename that to menu item. Let me see. Menu dash item. Let's rename that to menu item. Yeah, and now I'll come back here for something else. Price. Styles the price. Let me see if it's shipping up. Okay, shipping up in some ways. Yeah, okay. Yeah, in some ways it's shipping up. Styles, style. Yeah, of course. I said it. I knew I'll come back. In cart. In cart. Yeah. In cart. Styles dot plate. Was that plate? Okay, it was plate. Because I'm also seeing here again styles dot plate. So styles dot styles dot. Oh, did I leave anyone here? I don't think I've left any other class name. Oh my. Styles dot. This alone is enough work as it is. Styles dot. Styles dot. Styles dot. Styles dot. Styles dot. Yeah. Now line item. Line dash item. Right. Item. Item. Do we have it something somewhere else? Okay. Item. Item. Okay. Sure. Styles dot line item. Styles dot. And then styles dot. Oh wow. Styles dot. Let me see. I think I have that one here. It's the same thing, right? Price, price, amount, price. Okay, that one is different. So it's a bit different. The last one is task, tax. It's a task. That's tax. So let's change that to tax. This to the same thing, amount, price, but then this is total. So let's change that. Let's change that, and then let's change this to total, right? Start the total. Yeah, sure. Let me see. Okay, we have another one here. Stars the label. Let's bring this. Okay, we're good to go here. Wow. Styles dot plate. Copy. And then let's see anyone with a class name plate. Any other more with a class name plate. Just class name plate, and let's put this there. Let me do it that way. So that will be a bit more faster. Yeah, styles dot. I think we've already fixed menu item, right? Styles dot, and then styles dot. Yeah, I think we've already fixed menu item. Let me see. Yeah, we've already fixed that. Yeah. Okay. Styles dot. Okay. Styles dot. Styles dot. I haven't even started the project. And this styles dot started, I'm sure, because I'll create components. So I'm going to have to probably copy the import function for the styles in the other projects. Yeah. In the other component, sorry. Yeah. There's another class name here. Styles dot increase. Okay. Okay. Styles dot quantity. Don't I have anything here? Yeah, I have it here. Let's just put that here. Let me just if there are more. Yeah. And let's replace that. Subtotal. Yeah. Let me do it this way so that I can kind of fix more. Okay, there's only one. Okay. Increase, decrease. Okay, so I think these ones I have them here. Yeah. So the contents, class name equal to content. Are there more? Let's replace that. What again? Menu item. Menu item. Style. Where is styles dot menu item? Styles dot. Oh, menu item. Styles dot increase. Styles dot decrease. Yeah. Any of them. Right. Okay. So I think these. I don't think I have chevron just yet. I don't think I have chevron just yet. Okay, let me just menu item and let me replace that and we'll think about the rest. Yeah, okay. Quantity wrapper also we need to replace quantity wrappers. Oh, it's only one. And then decrease is styles dot decrease, styles dot increase. Yeah. Oh, it's only one. And then also increase. Let me just put that there. Let me just change the spelling in. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, price. Huh. Price. Yeah, okay. Card dash summary. I think I saw that here, but I just ignored it. Card dash summary. Yeah. So okay, let's just copy. Let's just select all of them and let's just give it the new name, card summary. Yeah. So we can now come here, styles dot, yeah, and then let's also kind of work on this. You know, styles dot, and then styles dot. This is becoming a very long journey. So we have another class name, add, and then price. Add. Oh my goodness. Styles dot add. Yeah, let me do it this way and let me kind of. Wow. So we have a lot still that are like that. Styles dot price. I think I have to check the body perhaps because it looks at the test color. There is this thing that I think is a mistake, right? Which is the initial project. It had some styles around color, dark mode and light mode, and they are kind of really disturbing. As good as it is, it's really disturbing because it's like when it's light mode, then the color root color is different and the background color is also different, right? And let me see. So let me just first and foremost replace all of these. The background color of the button when it is light mode is white. When it is dark mode, background color is that's okay. When you hover and then it's in dark mode, this is it. When you hover it's in light mode, I don't really care about those, so that's okay. But then the color, yeah, because I want it to always be that, so I guess background color is also going to be that, right? So just rule this out and yeah, let it stay constant. Let it just stay constant as light mode so that I get everything in order. Let me see if it disturbs the, yeah, this project is still okay. So let it be constant as light mode because I don't want all of these issues. All right, so I guess I'm going to have to change a bit the aquamarine color. Yeah, aquamarine color. I think so that I need to change it just a bit. Not aquamarine. I need a different kind of blue, right? I need a different kind of blue. What kind of color would even be good? Let me see this. Oh no, that's too dull. Dark magenta. That's okay. That's okay. Let me see. Yeah. So here to the same thing, it should be dark magenta. Magenta. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about the colors. But this looks a bit sort of like red. Let me see. Let me see. Something a bit more different and a bit more bolder. Let me see dark sea green. Would that look good on the text though? Dark sea green. It doesn't look good on the text. Okay, let's say slate gray. No. Is it okay? Sea green, is it okay? No, it doesn't really, you can't really see it well. Dark green. Let's just go for a dark green. Yeah, dark green, and then over here to the same thing, dark green. Yeah, sure, that's good. That's okay. That's okay. So now I want to see, are there any more like empty class names that don't have that have not yet used the styles for, right? So maybe perhaps let me search for class name equal and then with a quotation mark. Okay, so there's one here. Let me just fix it, even though it's commented styles.empty. Better. Okay. So I think there's a bit of scrolling here. Right, there's a bit of scrolling here. I'm not sure, perhaps it's because of the images being available, right? That is why. But then there is a chevron image that is supposed to be in the images directory, right? Let me just get this. Okay, so \images/chevron, right? And let me see if the images I put into public have chevron, right? So the chevron I think is here. So let me just get that chevron and then check. Let me get those and let me put them in public images. Yeah. So the chevron should now be available. Okay. Chevron available. I will see after I kind of fix everything, then I'll see if like what is causing the width to kind of not be even, right? Okay. Let's now get into the nitty-gritty of the project, right? So okay, so what we want, or what I want here, is to separate these as components, right? So I have the menu component and then I have the cart component, right? Okay. So because now we want to kind of put everything into components, right? So that we can reuse them, right? So at the moment, I think the first thing to is we have two major components here that we can group. So we have the menu and then we have the right. So I always organize my components this way. In my SRC, I have my components and then my pages. And then so pages kind of correspond directly with my pages, right? So I have the Pomodoro page, which has components for the Pomodoro app or Pomodoro page, right? I had the Pomodoro subdirectory here, which has components for the Pomodoro page. And then if you look here too, I have the e-commerce component here, e-commerce subdirectory here, which is going to hold all components for the e-commerce page. So that's how I kind of organize my components to make it simple. And then when there are kind of shared components among them, I could probably put it into shared, or I could put it into a UI component if it is something like, let's say, a button that they all share, right? So what I want to do initially, or what I want to do now, is I just want to commit these. I just want to commit these, right? And just say set up day 2 project, else there will be too many files to commit, right? So sync the changes. Wow, why? What's the problem? Should I just run from my terminal? Why? So what's the problem? Okay, so those changes have been pushed. So I now have, let me see something. I think that, I'm not sure. Do they share components? This particular component here, I think is different from this component. Yeah, this component here is different from this component. Could we have a case? No, I think that is a bit too much. I wanted to see if maybe we can use the same component here as the same one here. I'm talking about just this one, the one that displays a certain data or a certain menu item. But looking at how they look so different, if you look at this place, let's see. Let's see. You see, they look a bit too different. So even if we are to use the same component and use props to change it up, it's just a bit of too much work. Because look at how this looks like, right? Right, the menu item, and then look at how this looks like, right? It's just too different, right? It's too different. Look at the icon being smaller, the kind of text here showing the arrows, that is a bit too different. Yeah. So let's make them separate. So let's start first with menu, right? So let's just go. Let me create a directory, because since they are kind of going to have their own sub components, it's better to do it this way. So menu and then cart, right? So let's first deal with menu. So let's have a component called menu, and then export default function. Do I even have that React RFC? Yes, yeah. So this is kind of as a shortcut to create this component quickly, right? Okay. Cannot find what? Let me see something. Did I have to import React here? No, I didn't have to import React. Export default function menu and then return a certain div. What is the problem with that? Okay, let's just continue. Okay, so the menu, if you look at it really, let me see. Let me just minimize this. Okay, so this whole thing doesn't really belong to the. Let me see if this is the menu. Okay, so it looks like here, from here all the way down here is the menu, right? So let's just cut that, right? And let's put that right here, right? And as I said, of course, you will need to so let's bring the component menu, yeah. And as I said, we need to kind of duplicate this, right? But it's not available in this directory, so we need to go app slash route slash project slash oh huh, projects projects slash day dash 2 slash. So let's save that, and then let's save this. Now let's see if it's still showing. Okay, so it's still showing, right? Okay, so we can now deal with the menu, right? Kind of break the menu down, right? Let's see. So the first thing is, it's the kind of the same menu repeated, and that is why I think they provided this lib right here, which has all of those details. So let me see if there is anything missing in a certain menu that is perhaps not available. Let's see. Let's see. So when you take a certain menu, there is the image src, which is here, image. There is the alt, so that's probably the title. That's okay. And then so there's the title right here. There is the currency, something like that. Yeah, the price. Yeah, there's the price. Yeah. So and then there's the counts, which I think okay, I think count is going to be here, right? When you increase these values, that is what is going to stand for the count. Yeah. So of course that is going to be in our states. Yeah, we are going to update that, but we are not bothering about that at the moment. So what I want to do is let's create something for menu item, right? So menu item.tsx, and then RFC menu item. Yeah, there's no need for import React from React. So menu item is going to be one of these, of course. Let's get that. And let's put that right here. Of course, with the import styles. Let's have that right here. Yeah. And then I'm going to receive some sort of menu props. We're going to receive some props, menu item props, right? So let's create that interface, menu item props. And let's see, the data is going to be this kind of data. So name, price, image, alt, right? So name is to string, image is also a string, price is the price is what? A number. Alt is a string, and then count is a number, right? So you're gonna receive that as props here. So let's just say props instead of destruction. Let's just say props. And then what we're gonna do, let me see something. I want to try this. I want to try this. I want to try this. Here is of course going to be props dot image, right? There is going to be props dot alt, right? And going to be props dot what? Props dot what is it? Title or what? Name? Yeah, okay, name. And of course, so what does this become then, right? So let's do this. Let's have it. Does this work? Props dot price. Does this work? Okay. And so you leave the rest for now. Yeah, of course. We'll look at modifying that later on. Okay. So let's see. Same. I think so. All of the menu items are the same, right? There is the add to cart button. Yeah, all of the menu items are the same. I don't think anyone is any different. So we are going to just remove everything. Yeah, and I want to just provide a single menu item, and I want to change something to see. I just want to provide a single menu item from, I'm going to import that of course from here. But what I want to do is, since I have the images here in my assets. Okay, I have it in my, I think, assets, right? Is in assets, right? Is in assets. Where is it? Have the images in my assets, right? Images, assets, and then slash the image name, right? So what I'm going to do, let me first import this particular image. So import French fries image from yeah app slash assets. So let's go into the assets, go into images, go into e-commerce, and then let's bring this name. Let's just copy this name, right? And then let's just have it here, French fries image. Yeah, I just want to try this method of kind of importing the assets directly and see if that is going to work, right? So menu. So what I want to do is I just want to bring in a single menu, right? I just want to bring in a single menu. Hey, no, sorry, menu item. I just want to bring in a single menu item, right? And what I want to put here is right? Menu items of 0. Yeah. Image is an object. It's an object. No, it's not supposed to be an object. It's a string. Why did I make that an object? Yeah. Right. And then I want to see. Okay, so that works. It shows. Right. So I'm going to import my assets that way. I'm going to import the assets that way. So let's kind of import the other assets, right? So let's see. Salmon image. So yeah. Yeah. And then what? Spaghetti image. Spaghetti image. And then let's see. Bacon image. Bacon image. Did I even spell spaghetti? Does it even matter? Chicken salad image, and then fish sticks image. Okay. So chicken salad image and fish sticks. Chicken salad, fish sticks. Right. So let's just copy. Let's just copy the URLs for chicken salad, and then get the URL for fish stick. Yeah. Fish stick image. Okay. So let me kind of replace that. Did I make that capital? No, small. It should be small. Yeah. SP spaghetti image, bacon image, chicken salad image. Oh, I didn't spell salad well. And then fish, but it doesn't matter. I mean, okay, let's just spell it a bit well. Okay, sure. Okay, so what we can do here in the menu now is say, okay, we can now get all of the menu items and then map them, right? So menu items, the map each item. Yeah, and then we have menu item, and then so just structure them. How do you call it? All of the values there, and because that is what is also required, it's easy to kind of get it correct, right? Name, price, image, alt count. Right? Name, price, name, image, price, alt count. That's it. Okay. Okay. Let me provide a key. Sorry. Item dot is alt. I think alt is different for each item. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's still a bit shaky in there. I'm not really sure why. I think maybe the width of the panel, right? That should be panel, right? I'm sure that should be panel. That should be panel width. Let's make that a bit big. Let me see. 400 pixel. Is this it? I'm trying to see if this is it. 500 pixel. Right. Even then, still, let's keep it. Let's keep it as is. Let's keep it as the default. It's okay. It's okay. We are not really here to care about the styles. Yeah, I'm just here to make sure things work, right? Of course. So let's leave that for now. Yeah. Okay. So we are done with making this into a component, right? And I think maybe perhaps instead of continuing, of course, we are going to use state for this particular value and probably pass it as a prop into the menu, right? Over here, and then pass it as a prop. But then, of course, just now we are doing it this way. So what I want to do now is let's just create the component for the cards first, right? Let's just get that done, right? RFC, right? Let's just get that done so that when we start putting things into state and such, we know that, hey, we have started working and there's no kind of so cards, right? Okay. Let me see. So let's see. So let's just put that here. And then where is my menu? Let me just get this import of tiles right on top here. Yeah, save that. That now still should look okay. So what we can now do from here is now add, like, let's look at the cart and see how it kind of differs. So the same thing to cart to is like we have cart item, right? So if you have cart item.csx, right? RFC cart item, right? So it's just, I think, just like the other one, right? So let's just copy one of them. Yeah, let's just get one of them. Let's come here, let's put that in there. Of course, same thing, we need to get this and then put that right here, right? Okay, so after I've gotten the item, let me just say card item, right? I'm putting that into component, and then I think we can clear the rest because the cart items are kind of the same. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is why I was like holding on, because it looks like there is yeah okay, yeah, I should rather clear what is inside the list, not what is outside. I think for these, okay, let's see. Yes, only one cart item is shown. Yeah, and then now for the total, let me see what kind of, let's put this also into a component where we display the total, subtotal. Let's put that also into a component, right? So let's say cart totals, right? Let's call it that way. Cart totals. And then let's come into our cart. I think I'll copy from the line item. Yeah, not the main total, right? I think here. Yeah. And then I'll have that here. Of this thing is, I want to kind of copy this once more. Okay, I think this might not work out. Let me put it rather in this. Yeah, because it's like I didn't bring the outer div, so of course we need our styles import, right? So we've kind of now put everything in components. So let's see, cart totals, right? So we kind of now have everything in components, right? So I think the first thing is we need to store our cart data in some sort of a state. Now, because we have, I think we have actions that we are going to perform against the menu items, right? I really fancy using a reducer instead of state to store data, right? Because when we use state, we have to create, functions that update the state when a certain, something happens, like on click of a button or something like that. But then with a reducer, we can kind of define different actions, and then we can also store some state, right? So we are like kind of doing two things in the same function, right? Because with just state, we can write our state, of course, but then we also have to have some functions that we use or we define that kind of update the state, right? And then we will have to pass those functions as props and such, even though with reducer the same thing. But I think reducer is a bit more easier, right? And with reducer to we just have to identify certain actions that are performed against the state that we are storing, and then define those actions, and then kind of only use those actions or only store those actions, something like that, right? So I think it's better that way to use how do you call it, a reducer for this particular one. Yeah, it's better that way to use a reducer. So what I'm going to do is first in my, because we're gonna need that data in the menu. Just a second. Just a second. So yeah, so as I'm saying, if we are using state is good, but then we have to define, some sort of functions that's kind of update the state, right? And I think that with reducers, we kind of make it simple because we can define some fixed kind of action that we can perform against our state, right? And then we perform some operations when a certain action has been called. Like maybe an action has been called to update the cart, to add data to the cart, to remove the data from the cart, right? Something like that, right? Um, so let's see. Hmm. Okay. Um, okay. I'm trying to think of it here. Our menu items, right? Because of course, when we click on add to cart, right, it will of course be added here. And when you click on add to cart, the menu item will be added here. Yeah. And then we can click on remove, which will now bring it back here. Yeah. So add to cart, go here, remove, come back. We can increase the quantity, but that is like cart information. It has nothing to do with the menu items. So let's see if we store the, let me see, because the reducer will just be for mainly for the cart, right? And so when you click on a button, you're going to call a certain function on the reducer that's going to update the cart's reducer data, right? And we are going to be able to calculate the subtotal and so on and so forth from that data, right? And so I think that these menu items then, let me see, let's put the menu items into, because I don't want to put, I'm thinking of it, and I don't want to put, let me see. I don't want to put the menu items also into that same reducer, but I'm rethinking it and thinking that I should put the menu items also into the reducer so that we have one bulky, data object. And so you can say maybe the state dot menu items, and then you get the menu items, right? And then the state dot cards, right? The state dot cards dot this dot that, maybe the state dot card dot a certain menu item dot the quantity, right? So then everything is in the reducer, so it's much easier to update the data, right? I'm just thinking, wouldn't it create a complexity in this case? Right, let's put everything into the reducer. Sure, why not? Okay, so let's create the reducer right here. So type, I want to say what should be the initial initial state, right? What should be the initial state? That's what I want to kind of define first. Let's see, let's make this an interface, because not really, but let's make it an interface. Anyways would work, but let's make it an interface. So the initial state, let's call this store, right? Initial store state, or initial store state. Yeah, sure. So menu items, right, is gonna be there, and it's gonna be an array of, right, let's have an interface menu item, right? Okay, I think I want to do this because I have a lot of types and I don't want to define too many of them here. So I want to add .ts, some sort of types.ts, and export them from here. Yeah, because I might have too many types because we've started even defining some of them, and export interface menu item, and then export interface initial store state, right? So an array of the menu item is an array of the menu item, right? And then take the cards, right? So it's going to be an array of some sort of data. So we are going to say the export interface card items, right? Right. So array of card items, right? Let's see in our card item, right? A single one. Let's see what is the data, right? So we of course need the image of the item. We need the alts. So let me see if it extends basically. Basically, I want to see if it can extend the menu item, right? Let me put the menu item. Let me put the menu item. Where is menu item? Let me put that state here. This particular state, right? Let me put it into here, right? So menu item, right? Okay. And so since I have it here, right, as my interface, then I can just kind of use it here, right? So that I have the same interface and then I don't have, so it extends menu item. So it extends this menu item, right? So that we have it in a single place and we don't have the interface in multiple places, right? Okay. So now I have a menu item, cart item. So let me call this cart item. Yeah. Okay. I want to see cart item, does it extend menu item? Right. So I want to see whether all of the variables from cart item is inside menu item, right? Yeah. I want to see something. So where is cart item, right? Let me see. Let's see. Menu item has name, image, price, alts, right? Let me see if all of that is here. There is at least the name is here, the alt is here, the image is here, the price is here, right? And then there is the count, right? But the count, for instance, I'm not sure count should be something that is in the menu, right? Because menu, do we keep a track of? Okay. I think because the task though, what is this? What's the problem? Okay. So it looks like, yeah, the names are so as menu item type, right? So it become menu item type. Yeah, looks like the names were bombarding there. What was I even thinking of? I've thrown away my train of thoughts. Yeah, I was thinking of the total. Yeah. Okay. Because let me see, where is the menu? Yeah, because the total or the count, right? But I'm also thinking of having a certain total of each item, right? This count here can be how many has been added to the cart, right? How many items have been added to the cart, right? But that doesn't really stand for the total number of items, because maybe I also want to account for the situation whereby we have only 5 French fries actually available, right? But then so that when as the person continues over here to click on add, when it gets to a certain point, we say, hey, right, you can no longer add more, right? Because the total has exceeded, right? Because for now, there is nothing really like that. This count here is just counting, it's just going to be how many items have been added, right? How many items have been added, but it doesn't really correspond to the total number of items in there, right? So that's what the data I also want to track, right? So total is to, let's give each a total of 5. That there are 5 items in each, right? So there are 5 items in each. Yeah. So we basically have 5 items in each. So we can then update yeah. Let me see here. Here we can say total is to number, right? Yeah, there should be no errors. Yeah. So let me see now the cart item. As I said, it has all of those values. So it has the count, right? Has the count. So that's going to be the quantity. Let me see what kind of data does it have. Yeah, that should be all, right? We can calculate. So let's see. Let me see something. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Where is my type? Yeah. So carts is to let me see. Let me say items is this, right? And then what I also want to have is total. I want to have the total, right? So subtotal, right? Subtotal is to use a number, and the tax, our export data as a const that can be reused, and then so that is let me see, let me see, let me see, let me see, let me see. Total is a total is to. I wonder what the okay, the total is tax class. Okay. I've never really done tax calculation on items. So that's why I'm a bit like, I'm not really sure about that. I've never really done tax calculation. So I think probably it's this times the total number of items, right? Because it's the tax is per item basis, right? If I understand it correctly, the tax is per item. So let me see something. If this is the correct tax calculation, let me see, there are two. So is it on the total? Right. $20, 20.10. So let me see, 20.10, 20.10 times yeah, times this is 1.95. And I can see here that we have 1.0, no, not 1.05, but the one here, 1.96. So that's correct. So that's how we calculate the tax. Okay, sure. Okay. So let's put that into our menu lab, right? Let's put that into our e-commerce, but let's do something else. Let's call this what should we call it? Let's say cards.ts, right? Because I want to export const here. I wonder how this worked. Okay, I didn't use any JSX. Sure. Okay. So export const tax amount or two. So that's this 0 point here. And export const const. I want to just do this calculate tax equal to, so a function that basically accepts a certain so let's see, it accepts a certain total, right? A certain total, right? And then it returns total times tax amount. Yeah, right. So you have a certain total like total number of purchased goods, so that could be the subtotal, right? So let's just call, let's to make it quite obvious to us, like let's just call it subtotal, right? So it accepts a certain subtotal and we multiply by that by the tax amount, right? Let's just have that there so that it comes in handy, right, when we need it. Okay, so we now have the interface for our initial store state, right? So our initial store state is going to be that way, but of course this should be optional, right? This should be optional. The cart itself should be optional, right? Because we can have 0 items in the cart, right? So if we make it compulsory that the person must provide the cards, then yeah, of course there will be an issue. So I think let's make cart optional, and then let's leave these. So that if you've not added anything to the carts, then it's okay, right? So let's just say that let's just have our initial state, right? Ini const initial store state, right? And let's say the initial store state type, yeah. So import type, yeah, it is the initial store state type, right? So we say that menu items is to, now let's bring in menu items, right? So that's going to be like the initial state, right? Of course, we are going to update that when we add things to carts, are going to reduce the menu items and such. And then the cart is to, let's say now, undefined. Yeah. So the cart is undefined, right? There's nothing in the carts at the moment, right? Initially, there's nothing in the cart. The cart is undefined, right? Or see this. Let me see this, right? Cart, let me say an empty object. That won't work, right? Let me not make the cart itself this thing, but let me make these optional rather. Yeah. So that we can have, the items initially can be an empty array, right? And then subtotal can be 0. So let me not even make them optional, because I think this should work, because an empty array is 0 and 0 are all values, right? So total, so that should work, right? And then total is 0, right? Of course, right? So the total is 0, right? Total is 0, total is 0. Right now, something also came to mind, which is if we were working on an application that was kind of using multiple pages, right? Then in that case, what do we do? But with that one, it depends on the application, right? I think so. I think that it depends on the application, the type of application that you're trying to build. Because, for instance, if you are building something like this, right? I'm not really sure. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. You might have, if because if it's a production application, then you might have some sort of a database where you store the data, right? And so I think that is why probably some people will prefer to use something like what's the name? Redux, right? So that you can be able to persist the state across various pages, right? So that even when the person goes to about page or whatever, the cards can still be persisted, right? And the items that have been updated in the cards can be persisted, right? So that is there. That is there. That is one thing. Yeah, that is one thing. But I think it also depends on the application. If I use something like Next.js and you're using Redux, that's cool. Right, because maybe someone might still want to use React context to store that state. But then taking something like React context, for instance, yeah, if you're working in a Next.js application, for instance, right, you can just put the context in your app.tsx file, right? I'm not sure how that will play in the new layouts with Next.js, right? The new app directory, the new app directory. I'm not sure how that will play. Let me find that out. I'm trying to see, because I also wanted to answer that question. What if you wanted to use a provider, right? If you put it into the app main layout, is it going to be, is that provider or that context going to be persisted across all of the other pages, right? It should, because presumably all of the other pages are nested into that main layout. So if I have a context there, right, because in the end, once the layout loads, all client-side navigations is going to be inside that layout, right? So then if you have a provider and the provider is in the parent layout or the root layout, then every other layout or page should inherit that. Unless maybe you use a page that I think they have special directives to say that, okay, you don't want this page to use the root layout, you want this page to have its own root layout, something like that, right? So that should work. So that you can have choices like using React context, using a store, also using something like Zostand or Zostand or something like that, right? But in this case, we only have it in this component, these two components. So that's why using state or using use reducer is okay, because we only have it in this particular component. We're only maintaining it here. We are not persisting the state across multiple components, right? So there's no need to bother about that. And perhaps even if we're persisting across multiple components, we could probably still use a reducer. And what will happen probably is the data, once the data is updated, we store it in the database, right? Even though we update it here, even though we update it in the store, we also make sure that in our actions, we store the data in the database, so that in that case, let me see. Yeah, because if we do store the data in the database, then in that case, let's see. We have the store, we store the data in the database. I'm a bit even I'm confusing myself. Yeah, because if you store the data in the database, then kind of perhaps each time they go to a new page, right? The reducer is going to be initialized, right? Because it's like each page is going to use the reducer, but then we can set the initial store to the data from the database, right? You can set the initial store to the data from the database, so that if I'm in the component, right, then I have the updated data. Once I go to a different page, the initial state is going to be set to the data from the database. That could work, but practically, maybe someone would prefer to use something like a Zostand library or Redux or something like that, right? So let's have our reducer. So function, let's just call this store reducer. Yeah. Let me just, I had a reducer that I use for the Pomodoro. So let me just, reference there quickly. Yeah. So we have the state, and then we have the action, right? Yeah, sure. So we have the state. Oh no, we have the state, which is the initial, yeah, and then we have some sort of an action, right? Okay. So what we want to do here is we now want to define the actions that can be performed against the state. And that is what I was saying, that that's why I was saying that I want to have my interface defined here so that I can define that. So let's now say export the type, let's say store action, right? Store actions, right? Equal to, so we can have a type, we have different actions and we have different payloads that accompany the actions, right? So the actions that we can have is, first you want to add data to cart, right? Add to cart, right? So add to cart, we have certain payload there, and then what again? We have type remove, right? Remove from cart, we have a certain payload. Oh, no, I think I made a mistake. Right. So add to cart is kind of the payload is kind of going to have a certain item, right? Which is going to be a cart item. Right? Because when you're adding to carts, you're going to add a certain cart item. Let me see. 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 Because add to cart is always +1 +1. So I'm not sure there is really a need to kind of say +1 over here, because what we can do is in the states, right, in the action, we can just basically say that, okay, when it is add, just look for that particular item in the cart items and then plus one to the item total over there. So I think that that works best instead of saying, let's say, let's have another count, right? Because when your add is plus one, right? Okay. So we have this, or we can, or we can have another one that is going to be type remove, right? So if you want to say you want to remove, then you have to just specify what item you want to remove, right? You want to specify the item, because when you click on the button, it should pass the item as a kind of prop, right? We can, I'm trying to see, should we pass the whole, that's what I was even trying to see here, whether we should pass in the whole cart item or we should just pass in one of the values, right? Like we should just pass in the name and then we will do a filter for the item name and then we will update that, right? I think maybe that is best instead of passing the whole cart. Let's just get the name, right? So just get the item name. That is it. So just get that particular item and then just you go ahead to remove it from the list, right? And so remove here, um remove is going to remove. Now we need, what I want is what I want is I want to be able to have something, because if you can remember what was given here as one of the tasks, let's see, when the product is in your cart, you should be able to increase or decrease the ratio, negative, and when it gets down to 0, there should be an option to delete, right, or remove the item. You see, so that is what I want to deal with. I want to have a different type for that, which is to delete a certain item, right? So like delete, right? So you just provide the item's name, and so in that case, you are deleting the item from the list, right? So the action is to state or store, I think store actions, right? Store actions, right? Okay. So we have that. Let's call it card store actions. Yeah. Card store actions. So card store actions, right? The card store actions. And then let me see. Okay, so we kind of switch the action type and then we do, whatever we want to do. So I have the data I need from here. So let me just close that, right? Okay. So we now want to use a switch statement, right? And we want to switch what I closed right now. I have to go back. We want to switch what? The action dot type. Yeah. Yeah. We want to switch the type of action, right? Action dot type, right? Because we could have different types of actions. So when it says add, we want to do something. When it is, and then of course, let me see. Ouch, where is this? I think I've closed it. Okay, timer. Of course, we want to return. So what we are going to return is basically going to be the data that is inside the initial state, right? We're going to return this kind of it's like we want to return the state, right? We have to return the state. So by default, of course, let's just throw new error, right? So you don't provide any kind of action here, then you are probably doing the wrong thing, right? So just return state for now. I just want to do that for now. We will later on work on what they will all do, right? Case now remove, and then finally return. So if you are returning, then there's no need for a break, right? And then finally we have case what deletes, right? Right. Okay. For now, we are just returning state. That is okay. So we need to now use the reducer, right? We need to use reducer. Oh, use reducer, right? And then we pass in our store reducer, right? So we have access to the state, and then we have access to some sort of a dispatch function that we can use to dispatch updates to the state. Now let's see. It expects, okay, the initial store. Okay, yeah, initial store state. Yeah, initial store state. What is the problem? Use reducer. What does it expect first? What does it expect as the first argument? The state, and then the action. Okay, let me see. Let me see from here how I kind of supplied that. Where is it? Where is that? Where is that? Okay, the reducer first before the state. Okay, so that is what is happening. So the reducer first before the state. So store reducer first. Yeah, the reducer first before the state. Okay, that's good. Okay. So we have the various items, right? So now in menu, we have to accept a prop, right? We have to accept a prop in menu. Let's deal with menu first, right? So menu and menu item, let's deal with that first, right? Close this menu and then after that, I think even in cart, we didn't really separate out the items. Yeah. And so we are no longer going to map this, right? Okay. So let's just see. We are going to have some props is to a menu item import type a menu item as menu item type. I should have maybe called this menu item type in the first place so that I don't have all of these kind of conflicts. So we are going to receive, no, it's not going to be like this. We're going to receive something with items. Yeah, is to that, right? And then we're going to say here items dot map or items dot no props dot items dot map each item. Yeah, we want to show here. No, so it's an array of them. Yeah, not one. And then we want to show menu item, and then we want to say item, right? And then we want to pass in a key to be item dot name or whatever, which one of them will work. Okay, so let me just make this an interface quickly, so because there might be more that we pass in here. Yeah, interface, menu props. Let me remove this and let's say menu props. Yeah, okay. So we should now pass it over here that items equal to state dot menu items. So now that should work. Should have it here. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. 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 So that is working now, right? I will do something. I want to do something. I want to do something. Yeah. I want to kind of show the total too. Right. I want to show the total, like how many items are left of that, right? So menu item let me see, what is the number here and the number here are the same, right? They are the same. Okay, the items in the cart, but I want to show just perhaps just around, right, the kind of menu items. I want to show it just around here. Okay, we also have to show when it is in cart. Okay, we will do that. We'll do that. I want to show like how many of this particular item are remaining, like the total. I want to show you just perhaps next to the price, right? I want to show you perhaps just next to the price. Let me just have another thing here and let me see how that works out. Okay, so let me say or let me have it just underneath this right here, just underneath the menu item. I'll just use style for now. Just use style. I don't want to do too much. Yeah, and then props dot total, right? And then let's say that total is to, and then let's say color is to EEE. Let's see, 000. Yeah. So it's like how many items of this do we have, right? Kind of, I want to do something like that. And yeah, it's okay. Sure, it's okay. We might have to pass in some prop later on. That kind of is works when you, after you kind of click on an item and you add it to the cart. You might have to add, but what I wanted to do was not exactly this, right? What I wanted to do was when you click on an item and you add it in the carts, it should rather disappear from here, right? Yeah, I think that might be much more convenient because I've already added this item to the carts, right? So I don't need it here. It should just disappear so that all the other items can show, because the other items, unless I scroll before I see them, right? Whereas this one, I've already added it, so it's still not needed here, right? Doesn't need to show here, right? In that case also, if we don't show it here, then it means that the total is basically useless, right? Because if we don't show it here, then there's no way for you to see the total number of items, right? Because this is not here in the first place. So let me see, do we still keep this there even though it's been removed? That's the question, right? After it has been removed from the cards, do we still kind of keep it there, right? Because as you can see here, we just have something showing here that it's this particular item is in the card, but I don't really like it in the sense that if the item is in the cards, right, it just takes up space here, right? That maybe could have been filled in by other items that are not in the cart, right? We can bring it back when let's say the user removes it from the cart. When the user removes it from the cart, then we bring it back here, right? So it's not here. It's not here after it is added to the cart, right? So that it kind of gives it's, because let's say I've selected 3 items, right? Now, even if they are showing the text here in cart, right? They are kind of blocking me from really looking at other products, right? Because there might be other products that I really want to add, but these 3 items are now blocking me. So unless I probably scroll, right? And the user might probably not scroll to see the other items. So I think it's better once an item has been added, it just should not show here, right? Because if I add 1, 2, 3, right, I'm already seeing it here, right? So there's no need to also see it here because I already see it here. If I don't like it, I can just subtract, right? Or I can just subtract to 0. Then there will be a button that says, okay, remove. Then I click on remove, then it brings it back here, right? And I think that is better. Yeah. I think that is better than keeping it there. So that means that there will be no need for the total, because once an item is added and then it disappears, then I mean, there's no need to still show the total because it's not going to be here, right? So probably we'll see if we can fix it somewhere here. Okay. So now what we want to do, or what we need to do, is to have a certain function that allows us to add this particular item to cart, right? Okay. So let's now have, let me see the dispatch. Should I have the function here, or should I just pass the dispatch directly into the cart item and then write the function there to perform it? Right. Either I put it here so that I can manage everything from here and to be simple. So const, let's see, add to cart equal to. So it's gonna be yes, use callback. Is it really necessary here to use a callback? Because we don't really want the function to kind of be recreated and rerun this, right? So yeah, let's use callback. Yeah, and then adding to cart, of course, you're going to accept the item name, right? Which is going to be, let me just say cart or menu item. We don't have that. Don't we have that here? Don't have that. Okay. Menu item of name, right? So it's going to be that menu item name, right? Let me use cart item. Yeah. For some reason, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So add to cart can change when the state changes, right? So when the state kind of changes, then add to cart can also change, right? Okay. So you can say now we want to dispatch type should be add, right? And then our payload should be item is to item name, right? So we dispatch this particular function and then that should take care of it, right? So we can now pass this function, which is an item, a function that has, let me just, I think this is just overkilling it because the name is just a string. I don't want to have to repeat that type in other places unnecessarily because it's a string. So let's just keep it as that. Yeah. So it's just going to be a function that returns void, right? So we need a certain function here that say add to cards, right? Add to cards is to a function that returns void, right? And menu item will need that, right? And let's see, add to cards is to a function that returns void, yeah? And let's fix that here. So we pass in the item, but we also need to pass in add to cart equal to props dot add to cart. Yeah. And so here we can now call it when we click on the button, right? So on click equal to add to props dot add to cart add to cart item dot name. Oh no, props dot name, right? So we pass, so we kind of, when you're calling the function, we pass in that. So here we now have to pass that in, right? Add to cart equal to add to cart, right? And then of course we have to update our add function, right? We have to update our add function when there is an add, right? Okay. So when there is an add function, what do we want to do, right? Okay, so let's calculate the subtotal, right? So const, let's say the subtotal equal to the state, the current state dot cart dot subtotal, right? Let me see. Okay, so let's first find the item because we are only passing the name now. We are not passing the whole item, right? So const, let's find the item. Item equal to state dot menu items dot find, right? And then we say let's see, what do we say? 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 Am I confusing myself? Okay. So you have the item, state of menu items dot find a certain item, and then we say so item dot name equal to action dot payload dot item, right? So if not item, right, so that means that that particular item is not in the list, right? We want to do something, right? We want to do something, right? What we want to do, so here we can take the already subtotal that is already there, and then we can add the item subtotal, right? The item's price, sorry, not item subtotal. Let me see, return. So it should be available now. Yeah, shouldn't be optional. So if not item, I want to see. I want to see. I think I forgot one thing. We need to also have the tax. Yeah. We need to also have the tax. So initial store, I forgot. That's card. We also have tax number. So initially, tax is zero. Yeah. So that here too, we can do the same thing. Let's consider tax equal to. So now we have the subtotal. So we can say we can now calculate the tax. Get or what did I say? I call the function or calculate tax here. Calculate tax into bracket. You pass in the subtotal, right? And then now const total equal to the state dot total plus the subtotal. No. Let me see something. State dot cards the current total, right? Let me see. Let me see. No, wait. How do we find the total? The total has to be calculated from all of the items available, right? Because to find the total is equal to or it's like go through all of the items, get their prices, because if I use subtotal, let me see, our total is it not the subtotal plus the tax? Let me see what is total. Oh, not really. I think if it's subtotal, am I wrong? Yeah, I might be wrong. Let's see. Subtotal. Okay, so let's see. If I first add French fries, right? Now it becomes 4. So what I'm saying is 0. Subtotal is 0 plus that 4, right? That is correct, right? And then the tax now becomes this particular subtotal, right? And then we calculate the tax from it, which will be the value of the subtotal times the tax value, right? So we now have that subtotal, right? So no matter what happens, the subtotal will always work all right, right? But then why does this total differ from the subtotal? Right, I'm trying to see where the difference is because this subtotal, look at it. Okay, this subtotal seems to be from this and this, right? This subtotal seems to be from this and this. And then there's the tax value. The tax is $1.96. And so how did we finally arrive at the total of 38? No, let me do this. I forgot about this in my subtotal. not in my subtotal, in my tax calculation. In my tax calculation, I should do it to fixed. No, 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 no. To fixed. I've forgotten. What do we do? How do we do that? Dot to fixed. Yeah. Uh, let's see this. Let's see this. I've forgotten that a bit. Let me see. Number into bracket 5.666. Right. Dot two. Fixed 2. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Calculate tax dot to fixed. That would this work still? Would this work? Okay, yeah. Let me see something. I want to see something. Number to back. I want to see if it's going to change it in any way. So it doesn't change it. Okay. Number. Yeah. So that we still a backend number. Yeah. Yeah. So it's we are kind of taking the decimal we are kind of doing the multiplication and then we are changing it to a fixed value. But then to fix will give us a string. So we are kind of converting it back into a number. So tax now is here, but then I'm not sure. Okay, so let me see. Calculating total after tax. Simply subtract total taxes from the gross income. For example, let's assume an individual makes an annual salary of 50,000 and a tax at a 12% rate will result in taxes of 6,000 per year. No, how I calculated the tax initially was take the subtotal, right? Was to know kind of how did I calculate the tax? Tax is not by passing in the subtotal, is it? Okay, yeah, I took the subtotal and then I multiplied it by that percentage, which was 0. 0.0, is it 0.097 or so. This, right? I kind of calculated it that way, right? So it was like 20.10 times these calculations. I've never really done them before. So yeah, which we now go 1.96, right? For the tax, right? But then how do we now get to this total? That is what I'm a bit confused on. Yeah, because if total is subtotal plus tax, then what is the, because the value here seems ambiguous. So I'm not sure if perhaps we calculate the tax in a different way. Yeah, total in a different way, right? At the moment, I can only think that this is just a demo and the values are wrong. That's what I can only think of at the moment. So I'm not sure. Not sure. Not sure. Because I don't have any more item uh receipts, else I'd have checked that. Because if I have my item, I'm subtotaling this particular value, right? And then the tax on it is this particular value. So let me say calculating total after tax in e-commerce, something like that. Calculate sales tax, right? How to calculate sales tax. So sales tax blah 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 blah. I don't really care about that. So is the cost of the item, right, times the sales rate equal to the total. Yeah, right. For example, the tax rate is 10.1 here. So if you wanted to calculate the tax rate on a $50 item, the formula would be the 50, which is the dollar of the item, times the percentage, which is equal to the total tax. Right now, the total, calculating the total transaction amount for an item is the cost of them times 1 plus the sales tax rate. Okay, so let me see if that works in this case. Yeah. So the cost of the item here is 20. It was what, 20.10, right? Let me see. 20, yeah, 20.10. Let me see. 20.10 times 1 plus, so times so this will be 1 point times 1 point. The cost of the item times 1 plus the tax rate. Taking the $50 item, right? So it's like the sales tax was what? 5.05, right? Yeah, so I think it's just simple addition because the sales tax was 5.05. So when you add it, 5.05 to $50, right, it becomes 55.05, right? No need for confusing me here with all of this. And then the sales tax percentage from total sales tax. Data, I don't need to. Uh, yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure whether I'm doing it kind of, because if we are calculating the tax that way, right? Let's see something. Two of the items is $4, right? So let me just do it separately and then see if it's the same as calculating. Let me calculate the tax for this, and let me see if it's the same as this value, right? I think it should be the same, right? 4.46. It should be the same. It should be the same, yeah. 4.46 times 46 times 0.0975, right? Let me have it here, yeah, so that I can use this plus into brackets. Let's use our brackets here. What is it? Where is it? 15.64. 15.64 times 0.0975, right? Yeah, it's still the same, right? So I don't know, perhaps I think this is something wrong here. Is not the accurate value. So yeah, so the total now becomes the original total, right, plus the tax. My problem is this: if we say total plus tax, original total plus tax, that's okay. So is it, or if we say original total plus tax plus the subtotal, then we'll be in trouble, right? Yeah. So I think, how do we calculate this total? We have the tax. Okay, subtotal is, yeah, because if I'm using the old total, then I'm going to be in trouble. Right? If I say, let's say it is subtotal, the subtotal plus the tax, ignore the old total. That is okay. Yeah, I ignore the old total. So it's like each time I recalculate the total, right? So I ignore the old total and kind of recalculate the total each time. Yeah, right. And so what we are going to return is basically going to be the state, right? We want to return back the initial store state. So of course, menu items, let me see something. State, comma. And then, oh, what is the problem? What is the problem? What is the problem? My goodness. It is an object, right? Or here, return state. Okay, so I think it was because of this. I want to do something. I'll send an alert here, but I want us to finish this, then we will do that. We have to send an alert here to the user. So that here we'll still send the same state, so we still maintain the original state. But here we want to override some of the values, right? So we'll come just underneath that. So menu items will be the same, and then we will say car. I'm not sure. Um. Hmm. When we are doing something like this, right? And then I overwrite a nested value. Would that work? Yeah. Let me see. Let's do this. So let's do that. Let's do menu items. And menu items is to state dot menu items, right? And then dot 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 state dot cards, right? And then we can overwrite the cards actual card values, right? So yeah, I think that way is much more better. So we can overwrite something like items, right? So items is to state dot cards dot items dot find, right? So we are finding the item, right? That particular item. So item into bracket. So item whereby item dot already have the item. Yeah, we don't need to find it again, right? But what I want to do is, let's see, state dot items, no, state dot cards dot items of item. Let me call it data because I feel like this value is kind of data. Payload dot item. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of coinciding or something like that. The items. Hmm. Mm. Items is to, I think. So let me see some. What again is here? So total. Yeah, total is to total. So total is already there. Tax and then sub total, right? So we have those already calculated. So the items is what I kind of want to say. So put there state dot cards dot items and then comma, right? Put there the item. Yeah, I'm not sure here whether this item will replace the item that is inside here that has the same key, right? That's going to be a problem. I'm not sure it's going to replace it. Now I wanted to do something like that, right? But I guess not. Yeah, I guess no. How do we? Okay, I guess we can do it outside here. Yeah. So const replace item. Okay, so update price, update quantity. That's what I wanted to do. Update the so our update or updated items, right, equal to Oh my god. Huh. So here. Let's first filter. So here we are just, let's first from the menu item, let's just remove the item that has been selected. Right. Let's remove the item that has been selected. So item, or let's say data implies data dot name not equal to item dot name, right? Because we've now found that particular item. So what we basically want to do here is we want to say that look through the items, right? Look through the menu items and then remove the one with this part that remove this particular item that has been added, right? So it's going to filter and say, okay, the ones that the name is not the same, those are the ones that we need. So the ones that the name is the same, remove that one, right? So that one will not be part of the data that is returned. Now I want to see how I'm going to update the items, right? What I'm thinking of basically is hmm, or let's see. Yeah, let's map, right? I'm trying to think of it, but I think because when I find, right, then I still need to add the item back into the list, right? So let's just do a map, updated items. So let's do it directly here. Let's do it directly here, right? So state the items dot map, right? Each item implies, yeah. So return um dot item, right? So just return the item, but what I want to do is if the item dot name, right, is equal to the product item name, right? So is equal to this particular item, right? Item dot name, the item that we found. So if it is the same item, then update something like the count, right, to be equal to item dot count equal to item of count plus one, right? So like add one to it. So it's like we've updated this particular item, right? So take the old item and then add one to it, right? Of course. So that's what we do. And then what we want to also do is item of we want to update the total, right? Equal to the item of total minus one, right? But there is a critical check we failed to do, which is if let's say that the total has exceeded, we should not even continue with this, right? So in the same way that when the item is not available, we don't want to continue, right? Also, when the item dot count, right? Even though we will make sure that we disable the button when the count is the same as the total, right? If the item dot count, right, equal to the item dot total, right? Because maybe the item is left with five, and you've ordered five, right? So you've added one, two, three. Now you have five, right? Then we want to return an alert, right? We want to return an error. We want to return a certain error, right? For now, let's just do alert. Um, sorry. First, let's do sorry. The item is not available, right? Let me do this. Let me do this separately because it looks like we need different. So if not item, so let's put that one here. Yeah, here to return state, right? And then we alert something different. So we alert sorry we have no more of I was sorry for my English. I mean, of course, I'm not looking at my grammar here because my grammar is not the best. Sorry, I have no more of that item, right? Okay, but then what I want to do is I want to use React Toast, right, so that I can kind of you know add a bit more of a toast instead of an alert, right? So that we can have. Where is an example? I don't. What have they changed the name? Because I remember that it's called React Toast. Yes, it's called. So it's okay. Yeah, what I want is React Hot Toast. Yeah, what I want is this. Yeah, yeah, quite simple to kind of implement. It's very good. Quite yeah, React Hot Toast. Documentation. Let's see how to install. So yarn add React Hot Toast. CD. So it's called my project files. React Hot Toast. Add React Hot Toast. And do we? I thought I might need to add. Yeah, we need to add this toaster component. Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, we need to add the toaster component somewhere because it looks like wherever you are, you need that. So let's add it in the root. Yeah, somewhere in the root. Yeah, because we're kind of gonna use it across the application in some. We might later on work on something else that needs the toast, so it's better to kind of put it somewhere here. I'm not sure if this will work. If it doesn't work, then I'll go and put it in the main application. Yeah, I'll go and put it in the app in the main.tsx here. But I want to see if this will work, right? Let's not put that here, but rather at the top, right? It might be better to just put it in the app, yeah, than putting it in this component. Let's just put it here. Yeah, import toaster, yeah, and then let's have it here, right? React router DOM. This is where I'm not sure whether it's going to work, right? This is where I'm not sure whether it's going to work whilst it's here, right? Because we have the React router provider, and inside it is where all of the routes are. So if I put it inside the React strict mode, I don't think that's going to work. Let me send it back to where I came from. Let me put it back in the root. Yeah. But I don't want to keep it here. No. I want to rather keep it somewhere here. Yeah. So that is available. I don't know how that works, but I'm assuming that with that, it will now be available everywhere. Right. So e-commerce, let me kind of do a toast here and see. Let me do a toast directly in the page. Toast. Hello world. Yeah. And then let's say that no position. Message. What is? Let me see. How do I specify a different type of toast? How do I specify a different type of toast? Duration. No, 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 no. Yeah, toast dots. Okay, toast dot success. And let me see. Okay, yeah, it works. It works. Hello world. Oh, why am I not seeing it again? But I have it directly in the application, so why don't I see it? Okay, sure. Let me just do that. Let me do this. I want to test it out, right? So let's say toast dot. Let's say, do we have warning? How many are there? Error, custom, loading. Yeah, we have a promise to toast success error. Okay, so there's only success and error. I thought there was something like warning. Is there info? No. Let's just toast into bracket. Hello there, you added, right? And then return state. So I don't want to like continue with the rest of the code, right? I don't want to continue with the rest of the code, right? So I want to see if that works. Hello there, you added. Why is it double? Why does it come twice? That is also a question. I want to see. Uh, I have only the star component as one over here. Let me see if they have any notes around the toaster component. Yeah, this component renders all totes. Alternatively, you can create your own renderer. Okay. Let me also check this. What is this? There are a lot of errors here. Unique prop li at root. Oh, okay. I think to the key is item.title. Are the titles not unique? Let's use href. Wow. Each list must have a unique. Yeah, it is a list, and I have my key there. I'm not sure if this is a different place. Let me see. Search for LIs on list items. Right. The cart item. Okay, let's see cart item. Yeah, for cards, we've not yet done that. So here, that's fine. I think let me see menu. Menu item. Yeah, key is item.name. The names are different, so I don't know which kind of LI thing is referring to. Off. Let's forget about this. You deal with it later. Okay. So I'm not really sure why the toast appears twice. Right. So let's see. Okay, as a warning, cannot update IE while rendering a different component. E-commerce. Okay. So let's put it in the outlet here. Right. And then let's see. So still that's the same thing. So worst case scenario, put it in the e-commerce page. Right. Let me put it here. Right. And then let's see. Comma toaster. Right. So worst case scenario, we've placed it directly here. Let's see. Still that kind of same error. E-commerce. Okay, forget about this. Forget about having the component here. I wanted to plot it. Why won't I even say plot it? Let's get this. Let me put it in the main, right? But I have different idea of where to put it. Yeah. Let me put it around. Oh, I thought I could have this and then put it into this, right? And apparently, yeah, this doesn't really. This is like this. Um, Yeah, but this is upsetting. What is the problem? Because that is where I've put it in the root. Right. I put it in the root, but that kind of error keeps popping up. I think now it will not show, yeah, because that component is not available, right? Let me see if anyone has ever done this. Or let me see something. Toast bar. You see, React hot toast Vite. React hot toast with Vite. I don't think there's anything like that about it. Import toast. Let's see. Yeah, the function app toasting notification button click. You see, the toaster is just down here, right? So let's try once more and see. Let's try once more and let's just toaster, right? Let's just put it down, way down, and see something. Right, it's still that's kind of error is still popping up. I say cannot update components while rendering a different component. Right. They cannot update this particular component while rendering a different component. But that is why I try to put it directly. That's why I try to put it directly in the e-commerce project, right? So by having it directly here, I wonder why that also was given an error because oh ouch, please. Right. So if we have it directly toaster, right? Now it's directly in the e-commerce project, right? But still we are getting that same error, cannot, update something, blah 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 blah. That's just that's just a bit upsetting. Yeah. Does this work? Let me name this section something. I don't have any sections in the page, but I want to see something. Does it show? Okay, it shows a section, right? So in that case, let me the toaster here. Let me see toaster. Yeah, and then let me remove toaster from here. Yeah, and then let's see. Go back to console. Still the same. Why does it just not work with this? Oh my goodness. What's the problem? React hot toast appears double. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. 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 Mount Everest ain't got shit on me. Oh my goodness. So this is some sort of a function to help prevent the duplicates. This is all a bit too much. Yeah, it's too many stuff. I don't want to focus on that. Oh my goodness, but why? Hmm? React hot toast. There is also alternatives. There is also sweet alert. Let me see this one because I think I saw this one earlier on. Ouch. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? These kind of comparison websites sometimes they are very annoying because even when you go, I thought I kind of clicked on the item. So how do I view a certain item? Oh my goodness. Then they have all sorts of adverts all over the place. That one too also has some sort of a container, right? So I'm sure the same thing probably happened. Look at that. There's a Toastify container, and then you can do the toast. So I'm sure similar thing will probably happen, just like the React Hot container. I want something that is simple here. I want something. Oh, ah, what's the meaning of this? Is this not? Why are you going to notice stack alternatives? Oh my goodness. If we are using material, is it for material UI? Yes, I believe one day I will be NQ. NQ. What the fuck is NQ? I want some simple API. What's NQ, NQ, NQ? Let me see. Sweet alert. Sweet alert. Mm, hmm. The JavaScript has finished. Still not finished loading. Oh my goodness. Is it internet issue or what? Oh, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. Oh, so what's the problem? What kind of script are you loading that? Ah, installation. Yan add sweet alert to usage. Mhm. Mm. Yeah, so let's try that. Let's try that. Yan add. Let's try that. If it works, then we use Sweet Alert. Yeah. And then forget about toaster here. Forget about section, whatever. Yeah. And let's also remove the toast that we added. Right, so let's just have that here. You put the Sweet Alert information there. So let's go. Let's remove that swirl from Sweet Alert. So let's go and then let's see. Swirl or swirl.fire. Okay, dot fire. So title is error. Oh, okay, so I should use an object. Title error. Text is to some sorry error, and then to let's say this is what I wanted, warning, right? And then return state, right? So this is what I want to try now to and see if that is going to work. Yeah, cool, that works. I just want a simple alert. I don't want that okay. I just want a simple one. Okay, so they actually have a component specifically for with React, to using it with React. My brother, let's go. So let me see something. Fire. Alert will close in 2 seconds. Let's see. Because I don't really like that. That one is a bit too much. This is why I don't like Sweet Alert. It appears too big on the screen. Just want a simple toast. You see? And you should always, kind of auto close, right? So usage, dismissals. Right there, like I want there to be no dismissal, right? Auto, you don't have this auto dismissal or something like that. There's no allow escape key, backdrop, background, cancel. Don't we have something like an auto close or something like that? Yeah, so toast and then position is to top right. Top right. Or top that's top right. Yeah. Toast is to true. Why are you not auto closing? That's what I'm wondering. Ah, do they have any search? I don't think so. Okay, yeah. Auto close or auto dismiss. 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 I hardly dismiss that. Why does it auto dismiss? The timer. So timer is to 2000. I think so perhaps is the timer that can do that for us. Okay, yeah, the timer can do that for us. Yeah, because I really didn't want any button. Show close button is to false. Something like that. I don't know if that is going to. Let me see. Button. Show confirm button is to false. Right. Don't show any kind of confirm button. Just just toast away and you are done. Right. Okay. So we will just uncomment this, or let's just copy it. Right, and let's just use it. So this is where I wanted to use it. So we have it here. So swallow.fire. Sorry. What was the error? Sorry, the item is not available. Okay. So sorry. The item is not available. Right. And what I want to say here is error. Yeah. Sorry, the item is not available. And then you want to fire another one here. Sorry, we have no more of the item, right? So let's do that. Yeah, right. Okay. So let's kind of do that. Right. Okay. Let me remove the hot toast. Yeah. Let me remove the hot toast package. Okay. Let's see. Let me do for remove. Right. Let me do for remove. Let me add the functions for when you want to remove an item. Right. So let's put that here. And what is 0? Cannot redeclare a block scoped variable called item. I see. Find item equal to. So if the item, sorry, the item is not available, that one is okay. If you are removing, then we don't need to really care about the total. But the person is saying remove the item, so we don't care about the total, right? But I'm not sure why this thing. So it means that the variable is available over here, right? Subtotal new subtotal new subtotal new tax new total new subtotal new tax new subtotal new total new tax. I will of course check and then make sure new sub total. Make sure to update the items wherever relevant. So now what is the problem? If not found item, yeah, what is the problem here? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. No much overload. Argument of store is not assignable to type never. So there's some never around here. So if not, return the state, fine. If not, return the state, and then finally we return the state, right? Okay, here, item, return the state, found item. Is that what is causing the error? Found item. Found item. Found item. So I think here there is a bit of an overlap here. Here, item is kind of the same. So that's why I wanted to call the values here data, right? If data dot name okay, let's see what's the issue. Menu found items. Menu items, not menu found items. Oh my goodness, what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Equal to action dot payload dot item, right? Okay. And when we are adding, let's see the type. When we are adding payload item is just the setting name, right? Okay. Mm, mhm. All the items, yeah. Huh. I think this, yeah, there's an issue here. Yeah, yeah. Because if I map over it, now what I have is an array, right? I no longer have an object. So I'm thinking that is causing the issue. Because once I map over this, what I have now is an array, not an object, right? So what do we do? If we use reduce and then we specify the initial one as this. So data is the initial one, yeah. But then we are not doing any sort of comparison here. So yeah, map. Hmm. Items is items an object or items is an array? Items is an array. So that is why this is also failing right here. Because items is an array, right? So when you're iterating, we should iterate onto the array, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. Um, yeah, let's now see still what's the issue. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I don't know what is going on. Let me see something. I want to see something. Let's just say that I return here state. Right. So it looks like the issue is occurring in the remove. Right. It looks like the issue is occurring in the remove. Ah, no, 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 return the other found item, return the other item. Yeah. No, return the data. This item is kind of confusing a lot. Yeah. Data the name, right? So data, yeah. So that's because the item is I think that is kind of confusing a lot. Yeah. Because data, now I'm saying the item of, so it's like I'm replacing the item, data, right? So the data that is inside here, return that particular data, right? Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, what is the problem? Here, return an object. It has all of the information. It has menu items. It has cards. Let me see something. Let me see something. Um, return state of return state. So right. So it looks like there's something going wrong in this. Right, state dot menu items dot filter found item, right? The found item. Yeah. Find. Yeah. Um items is an array. I know that I'll change this particular function here, but I'm just not sure what the error is from. No, okay, yeah. Total is to okay, yeah. Tax, yeah. There's no such thing as new total, yeah. Subtotal is to okay. Okay. So now let's look at the remove. What do we do? So we find the item, right? We find the item. So this is like we are now subtracting, right? We are now subtracting, right? So we get the subtotal, and then what we do is we subtract this particular item's value. So total still remains the same, right? New tax plus the subtotal, and then menu items equal to, right? So what we are doing is now, okay, if we are now removing the item from the cart, right? We are removing it from the cart. Right? This is not delete, right? We are removing it from the cart. Then what we can do now is to take the state menu items, right? We take the state menu items, and then we have to kind of wait the current item, right? So yeah, we take that and then we add to it the found item, right? So we take whatever is there and then we add to it found item. So it's kind of like the found item now has the items list, right? Which is the item that has been added now, right? Now items. So let's see now, what do we do to the items? Now, since we have removed that particular item, we just need to filter and then take out that item, because now we don't need to care about the total or whatever, right? We just need to filter and then remove that particular item, right? So filter into bracket data implies, yeah, whereby data dot name not equal to the found item dot name, right? So we are saying basically that the cut items, remove from it the item that we found, right? Let's quickly add how the delete works. So of course, I think with that one to the same thing that we'll probably do here. We'll probably do something like this. Yeah, probably do something like this. Probably what we can do is put all of these into a function, right? So delete item, if not delete item, right? So delete item, find that particular item. Sorry, the item is not available, of course. And then what do we do? If we are deleting, no, wait. I made a mistake with the remove. I thought remove was delete. Yes. Yeah. When we are removing, menu items should be the same. It should be the same as state dot menu item, because we are not doing anything to the menu items, right? And this one also, what we would rather do is we are removing, so count, we subtract one, right? So found item, and then its total, we now add what? One, right? Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, and then its total, we now add one, right? So with the delete, that is where we'll probably do what I was doing, right? When we are deleting the item, right? We want to return something like this, right? We want to return something like that when we are deleting the item. Return. That's funny. Okay, so this will still be the same. The total will still be the same. Okay, total will not be the same. Okay, but by the time we get to delete the item, because you will click on how do you call it, the quantity, we click on removing the quantity till it gets to 0. Now after a quantity has gotten to 0 with the remove, then that means we've already calculated the subtotal, we've already updated the subtotal, so we can still say that refer to the state dot cart dot total, and it should be that total, right? State dot cart dot tax, because we don't update those values, right? Because once you are using the remove, by the time you kind of remove all of the items, right, and then it's left with 0, right, then the total and subtotal have already been updated, because you would have gone through all of these steps, so that item price would have been removed, right? So we can refer to the state for that information, and it should be the same, right? Subtotal, right? And so what kind of is going to change now is here. Yeah, this is where I think I did what I should have done here, what I should have done in the remove, right? So we are going to now filter and kind of take out that item, right? So data dot name not equal to delete item dot name, right? So that is like what we finally add. So we filter and then we take out that particular item because we have removed it, right? Yeah, we are deleting it. Okay, so I think we will do the rest later on, but let's just do the add to cart and let's just see it show up in the cart, right? Let's just see it show up in the cart. Now the cart, we are not passing any data, so that's where we need to change stuff. Let's see, cart item. So here is where we need to kind of change stuff. So we need to pass in to it some sort of props, is to cart props, right? Okay, so we have interface cart props, yeah, and then basically what we have here, so we're gonna say that items, right? The cart items is to cart item array, right? So cart item as the same thing here, right? Cart item type. I should have done it cart item type, cart item type, right? Okay, yeah, it's a cart item array, right? Okay, so we can now say here, we can now say over here that let's see. So let's say props dot cart item dot items dot length less than or equal to 0, right? Or let's just say less than 1, right? So if it is less than 1, right, then we want to show this text. Yeah, if it is less than 1, then you want to show the empty text, right? Else what we basically want to say is cut props dot items dot map into bracket each item, and we want to basically show want to basically return the cut item, and then we want to say key equal to item dot I don't know, let's say alt, something like that. Yeah, and then we want to also pass into it the item, right? Okay, and so now let's first pass into this the items, right? Items equal to state dot cards dot items. Yeah, yeah, okay, state dot card dot items, right? Okay, and let's see, yeah, so we have the cart item, right? Cart item. Now we are also going to access some props, is to cart item props, right? Okay, so interface cart item props, and then we can say, let's say that it extends the cart item. Yeah, cart item type, cart item as cart item type, right? So if it extends cart item type, right, then that means that we can get all of the values, right? We can get all of the values. So this becomes props dot image. Yeah, this becomes props, oh, props dot alt. Yeah. um Let me see, we have cat item, right? Let me see. Let's go on, if we get to a certain point, this is what I wanted. Props dot, okay, so we have it here, count, and then props dot price, yeah, and props dot name, props dot name, a product name, and subtotal. This is going to be, yeah, there is going to be the subtotal is going to be what the quantity. So it's going to be, let's say, number into bracket the props dot quantity or props dot count times props dot price. Yeah, let's of course put that into another bracket, and then let's to fix it, right? To fix to right. Okay, so let's see how things are looking out here. Okay, and then we need to also take care of the totals, right? We need to bring in the subtotal, and then a subtotal is to number, and then total is to number, and then the tax, right? Of course, number, right? So we can pass all of that here, right? So total equal to props dot total, sub total equal to props dot sub total, and then finally what tax equal to props dot tax. Now it's failing because in the card totals there are no props, right? Props is to card totals props, right? Then let's have that interface, card totals props, right? And then we can say that wow, this session has really lasted for a long time. I think we will end here just after we're able to confirm that we can add a put that to the cart. Then later on we'll deal with deleting and removing. Yeah. So the cart total props, right? The cart total prop. The word delayed, I think, is that styles that I was changing to CSS modules. So let me just bring, I wanted to copy. Yeah, this is what we need. I need to just copy that. Yeah. And then so let's save that. Let's save this, and then let's come here. Here, let's see. Yeah, props dot what subtotal. Let me see this thing. I think it works. Right, it's okay. Props dot tax. I was thinking that maybe the dollar. See, because of how VS Code recognizes the dollar, that's why I've been doing it this way. I've been doing it just this way, right? Props dot total. Right. Okay. So let's pass into the cart. Let's pass into it. Total state dot cart dot total. Right. Let me see. State dot cart. Yeah. Yeah. Cause yeah. Okay. So if you add this to cart, right, we have let me see. I think cart item. Cart item. Cart item. Cart. Where is cart? Yeah. So props dot items. Items. Yeah. Props dot items, and then dot length greater than 1. Greater than or equal to 1. Yeah, I don't know. There seems to be some sort of a problem. So 223 tax total, right? Yeah, right. But then it looks like it's still saying your cart is empty. Right. So in the cart, let me console.log. Right, items is to props.items. I want to see. So items is still 0. Right. So let's see something. When we do the add, don't we update the items? Yeah, what is something? Right, so we were mapping the items. Huh. We didn't add the current item in the first place. Right, because we should add, we should take the items in the state, right? Then we should add the current item, right? Yeah. So it's like say dot items, let's see dot push, right? Push onto it. Hmm. Mm. If you check if the item does not exist in the state dot items and then push onto it, right? Uh-huh. Yeah, what I'm doing here, we find it from the menu items. We don't really find it from the state items, right? So here, what I'm doing is wrong because this cart item initially right now it is empty, right? It doesn't have anything in it. So what I should do is when you add a new one, right? The way why I did it this way is because I want to reuse the same function for when you add, click here, and then also when you click on that button here, when you click on that button here to add something new, right? So it kind of like does the same things. When you click on this, it becomes +1. When you click on this, it becomes +2, and you can still use the same add function, right? But that is why I'm also finding myself in trouble here. So what I have to do is I have to check first if state dot cards dot items dot find. So let's see, say item bucket data implies data dot name equal to item dot name, right? So if say we find the if say it is found, right? If it is not, so what we want is if it is not found, that means it is not in the cart items, then state dot cart dot items dot push onto it the item, right? If it is not found, if it is not in the list of items, then push onto it the item, right? But then of course the total is going to be the same, and then this one is going to be the same. So this is now going to take care of changing that total and then that count, right? So when we say we want to remove, right, I think remove the item is already in the cart. So I think remove should be okay, right? Remove should be okay. So let's see, let's refresh, add to cart. Yeah. So it's now showing, you see the quantity here is now showing as 1, right? But what is this? The subtotal here is 446. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, there's a mistake somewhere. Yeah. And that is like the cart totals is what is down here, right? But here being 446, it's a bit okay. I said it should be the quantity times what? It should be the count times the price. So is he saying that the count is because the count is 1, right? So I want to console.log the props here. Console.log the props here. Yeah. So that I can see price is this. Count is 2. How is count 2? Yeah. Because initially everything the count should be 0. right? Array, an item added inside the items. How is the count 2? That is ridiculous. How is the count 2? Right? Because initially, count is 0 for all items, right? The count is 0 for items. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, right? Okay. And so let's see here. Let's see when we are adding, what happens, right? Map, and then for each item, right? So is equal to the count of the item plus 1, right? Console.log. I want to remove the console.log so that I can see stuff a bit more clearly, right? Because if it's a bit too many, then it becomes difficult, right? Let's forget about this. Of okay, and I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure why when I add a new item, because let's see, this remove, right? This add, right? Take the data, that particular, because cat.item.map, right? We found that particular item, right? If they call, right, then take the count and take the count itself, right? Add 1 to it. Total, take the and then subtract what 1. Let me see what the total is now. Total is 3. So it looks as if the item is added twice, right? Okay, let me see something. Console.log added item, right? Okay, refresh. It's added twice. Yeah, it looks like the item is added twice. It looks like the item is added twice. Is it because of this? Yeah, this one I'm just passing the function, right? Here, I'm just also passing the function, right? Right. Okay. Let's now see finally in the menu item, right? I'm just passing I'm just saying now on click equal to, okay, let me see, add to cart, right? Let me just add the function here, const add to cart equal to a function, yeah, console.log add to cart in menu item, right? And then props dot, yeah. So I want to see if this function is run twice. So let me see. I want to remove the console.log here. Okay, I've removed it. Okay, let's see. Oh, what's going on now? Have I made a mistake or what? Cart item. Oh no, menu item. Okay. Add to cart in menu item. It's done once. Yeah, it's done once. So in menu item, it's done once. Okay, let me see here. Let me see here. Right. Let's see. Console.log add to cart in action. Add. Right. And then again, here, right? Let's see. Console.log add to cart in use callback. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay. So add to cart in action add. Add to cart in action add. right? So the use callback is called once, right? But then the add action is called twice. That is something. Yeah, the add action is called twice. That is something. Why? Let me do another thing, right? Let me not make this a use callback. I want to try that and see something. Let's just use it as a normal function, right? And then let's refresh. So it is called twice, right? So it doesn't really have anything to do with the callback. But why is the function dispatched twice? Let me see something. I want to monitor this. Okay. Add to cart in use callback after this patch. Yeah. Okay. So the menu item is called, then after the use callback function is called, then after that we go after dispatch, right? But this is dispatched twice. So that means that the use callback is not called twice. Because if the use callback is called twice, then we should, or if the I'm sorry, I'm talking about the dispatch function. The dispatch function is called twice, then we should see over here that this, right, should reappear because after dispatch, this comes, right? Right. But it looks like that particular one comes. So it looks like the add function itself executes twice. Now, what could be the reason? Okay, let me see something. Console.log executed and returning. Yeah. And so adding catch executed and returning, adding catch executed. Why is it executed twice? This is very strange. Let me see something. Let me see something here. Yeah. It just return something, right? Use reducer, use reduce, yeah, React hooks use reducer. Use reducer executed twice. Let me see something. Timer. Let me see. A switch statement with different, yeah, right. And then here too, yeah. It's just you have the function and then it has a switch statement that kind of handles different types, right? This thing, I think perhaps do we need to be very good here? So even though there is the action type here, instead of writing it as is, like maybe add, you can have maybe an enum or a const, so you can specify actual names. Yeah, that should be exciting. I don't know what's the difference between this. I don't know what the error is. So, in particular, notice the comment indicating React may redo some of the work if reduce has changed. Huh. Mm-hmm. In particular, elements indicating React have to do if the reducer has changed. Huh. Okay, okay. I think because I'm pushing something to the state here. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think perhaps because I'm pushing something to the state here, that's what is causing that. Yeah. So what I want to do is what I want to do here. Yeah, yeah, okay. So let new items, right, is to card item array. Uh, card item array. Yeah. So new items dot push equal to an empty array. New item dot push the item, right? And then what I would do is let's put over here the new let's put the item, right? Ah. Okay, so I think yeah. Yeah, come on. Just a second. Yeah. So new items, I want the new item equal to be equal to state dot cart dot items. Yeah. I want it to be equal to the state cart items, right? So now there's a new variable. We are not directly editing the state, right? So this is a new variable. We're not directly editing the state. So we have pushed this into, so it's like we have now a new array, right? With both the original items and then the new item, right? So we can now say over here that instead of this one mapping, we should rather map new items. You see, we rather map the new items, right? Right. So we are rather, but this is an object. An object, does it not point to the same memory location? like objects we store references to objects, right? Yeah, we store references to objects. So I'm trying to see if perhaps that is the reason, right? So I'm trying to see if perhaps that is the reason because we store references to objects. So you're storing references to objects. You're storing references to objects. Just not sure. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure of this. Let's try away all of this bunch of alerts. Let's go back inside. Okay. So you were defining your reducer inside this custom hook. This means that on a re-render, you provide a new reducer function, but my reducer is actually not inside the function. Right, my reducer is outside the function. Let me see. I think a similar thing I did here. Yeah, my reducer and my initial states were outside of the actual React component, right? Um, so let me see what he has here and why he was saying that. Because he says this is the current case, right? And then this is the difference case. But I don't see, the thing is, I don't see much of a difference. Okay, the reducer is on top, right? The reducer is on top, and then the other function is here. But I have it the same way. My reducer, where is my remove? Where is my add? Have I removed the console logs? Console.log to bracket returning. I want this there so that at least I can use it to check. Yeah, returning. So you returned the value, right? So we don't, I think since we've already added the item here, we don't need to add the item as small and then, you know, JS array by reference. Yeah. In pass by reference, a function is called directly. I don't think, part of reference is called directly a person. No, that's when you pass something as an argument, right? Yeah, when you store it in a new variable, that should be an array is used to store multiple values. So my goodness, array reference is referring to. I don't think that is. On second thought, I don't really think that is what is causing the issue. Yeah, because once I'm creating a new variable, right, then we're going to have, even though this value is there, we are not really kind of reusing the same variable, right? So in the end, I think, okay, let me do this. Let me see. No, if I don't push it, then it's difficult now to see the change. Yeah. Right. So the new items map it and then return each one. Huh. Okay, let me see. Console.log into bracket mapping, comma data. Yeah, I want to see something. Mapping count 0, count 1. Yeah. Okay. Console.log new items. Yeah. New items array of 1. New items array of 1. Right. Array of 1. So there's only count is 2. What the fuck is going on? Because when it is mapping, it maps the mapping even, I think because the function executes twice, right? The function executes twice. There's something somewhere around here that is causing this thing. Let me see something. Let me remove this particular function. Let me see if like those things are executed twice. Add to cart, add to cart. So it's not as if it is the new items that is causing that, right? But you see, the total remains correct. You see, the total still remains correct, even though it is executed twice. The total still remains correct, right? So is it that this, if, oh my goodness, new items, the new items is still 0, 0, right? Let me see. Okay, let me see something here. Console.log, not in list, yeah, not in list, not in list, not in list. Now, I want to see something. I want to make this true. Let me see if the function still executes. So not in list does not execute, right? So even then, still, this thing executes twice. So it looks as if this is not what's causing the issue. This is not what's causing the issue. So, let me try to do this one to see something. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm just trying different things to see if I could find out what's causing the issue. No, this particular thing does not apply to my case. Mm-hmm. 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 Then how do you know? Ugh. Why? Call twice to make an unexpected effect more apparent. Since your reducer is poor, calling it twice doesn't affect the logic of your application. So you shouldn't worry about this. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Impurity. Okay. Okay. So you're saying that this is impurity, right? State the count equal to state the count minus one. Whereas this, we kind of have the old state. We say, okay, give us the old state, but then say that the count should be this, right? So what really stands for impurity? What does impurity stand for? So it's like updating that same value. State the count equal to state the count, right? Let me see. Are we having something similar here? Yeah. Mhm. Okay, these values are kind of calculated, and so they are the same. They remain the same, right? Um, hmm. So, yeah, I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of doing things a bit differently. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing things a bit differently. Uh, so rather put all of this code for manipulating the data, right? Put all of the code for manipulating the data into the add function, right? Put all of the code for manipulating the data into the add function, right? Here, right? Let's remove that. Let's remove that, right? All the code for manipulating the data, put it here, right? So find, so is equal to item name, right? Item name, right? So item is equal to that, and then fire, so return, right? Fire, and then so this one we don't return state, you just return, and then we also just return here, right? Okay, so we say here that if the item is not in the find, and then if it is not in the list, right? What do we do? If it's not in the list, okay, so yeah, so we have these new items, right? So I think that let's bring out this logic. Where is my add? This logic also, Yeah, yeah. Let's bring out this logic also inside our add function, right? Const, and let's say const items equal to, yeah, new items dot map blah 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 blah. So then in the add function, right? In the add, let's now, oh, this is remove, right? Let's now let's just add those values here, right? Yeah. So in the add, let's say in our add, when we are adding, right? Do I have it here? Add, yeah. So we are going to have that data, right? Total is to number, right? Sub total is to number, so that we kind of send that data into here. Let me see if that works now. Tax is to a number, and then we also gonna, so it's like kind of like and then let's see, the cart is to, I want to just initial store of cart, right? So you're going to pass kind of the same cart into it, right? Okay. So menu items dot filter. Let's see. No. Yeah. Okay, we pass the items also. Yes. So what about the menu items? What if we also modify the menu items and we send that? I was thinking that for the menu items, yeah, right. So it's like payload. The payload is the initial store, right? Let me just pass in the initial store. Yeah. So yeah, this function will also be inside our add here, right? Okay. So items and then menu items. I want to try this and see something. Menu items equal to this, right? So we want to dispatch, right? And then we say that cart menu items, comma, cart is to, yeah, items, comma, total, comma, sub total, comma, tax. Oh, not CSS tax. Right. Okay. So then we have in our add, we have that data here, right? Total is to action dot payload dot, or let's just do this. So we now say that action dot payload, right? Dot action dot payload. That should work, right? Okay. So let's now see what's gonna happen here. Okay. So it's that side effect thing. Yeah. So it's now like 512 plus this, right? And then this is the tax on it. So this plus this. Yeah. Good. Okay. So I've now learned something about use reducer. Yeah. So I shouldn't do any side effects. I should not perform any side effects in use reducer. So just here, just return. Yeah, not returning any state whatsoever. Right now, there are some errors in some places. Add to cart. There are errors now. What is the problem? Oh, no, see, I made a mistake here. Yeah, yeah, sure. So you might have to do the same thing with removing. Yeah. But we've not done the remove function, right? So when we get there and we are doing the remove function, then we will kind of repeat the same thing. So what is important for us now is that our cart is kind of working, right? We can add to cart. When we add to cart, it disappears from here, right? Then we also add this to cart, right? Of course, we are eating a heavy meal, so we add fish sticks and fries, right? So we now have all of those items added. Our total is kind of calculated. So we are kind of going to later on do this, and then that number. Let me see cart item. I don't think I changed that. The number on the because here image and then props dot count, right? Then what about the number between the buttons? You see, I didn't use props dot count. It was props dot count. Yeah, sure. So it should still work anyways. Sure. So this is working all right. So now tomorrow work on removing item and deleting item, and yeah, that should be fun. At least I've learned something on use reducer. Okay. So bye bye. Let me add the data to the gate. So I don't have the time to do this one after the other. So fit is to so add initial cards slash menu components, and then also it's as an extra description, let's just say add or implement add to card reducer function, right? So delete slash remove reducer actions have to be reviewed to avoid side effects in reducer. Oh, I know. So just in case, because tomorrow I might come in tomorrow, I might forget. So at least I can check the commit message and see what I'm supposed to do. Okay. So that should be all. Bye bye.